37 years and retired in 2019. Will you please rise and remove cover for the singing of our national anthem?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Nebraska State Fair FFA Market Swine Show. We'd like to take a minute to welcome our judge, Ryan Seitz of Granite, Oklahoma. Ryan is a national support specialist for Show Right Show Feeds. Ryan was on the 1995 OSU livestock judging team, and after graduation, he was the Ag Ed instructor in Elgin, Oklahoma for 9 years. Ryan, his wife Wendy, and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, where they raise Chester, Duroc, and Crossbred show pigs. Ryan has been fortunate to judge many shows around the country, such as San Antonio, North American, American Royal, and 26 state fairs across the United States. Please help me give Ryan a warm Nebraska welcome.
Well, good morning. It's definitely a privilege to be back to work with your kids today as far as judging your market hog show. A very good class of Berkshires here to start off with. Young lady here to my or closest to me now is going to win our class. Good kind of shape and muscle in this one. Good kind of spread and dimension as you get up on top of her. And still yet gets out and handles the ring exceptionally well in terms of her feet and leg placement. Just an awfully nice way to start. The young lady on the far right is going to be second now. Another one that I think just more nearly follows the one that wins the class in terms of that extra muscle shape and power in her. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of her bone and feature as that one that wins the class, and still yet stout, muscular kind of a gill. Awfully good kind of an individual to have laying there in second. In third is going to be the young lady closest to the placing pins over there. Tall fronted, really long bodied kind of a gill, extended up through her front end. You know, doesn't have the spread and dimension right behind her blade as those two hogs up ahead of her in class, and yet still has plenty of muscle dimension. So good kind of muscle shape in her. The one we have in four, no doubt, she's a little deeper bodied, a little softer middle than the one that we have in third, and yet when we get back behind that gilt, you just don't see quite the power, quite the dimension, doesn't track quite as wide from her hock to the ground. Great way to start in our Berkshire show. Let's congratulate them. Good class of Berkshire Barrows here. The young man on the far left is going to win the class, and I think this is the one that just puts the most positives together in terms of one that's good on the profile, good in his balance, and yet combines that with extra shape and extra muscle. Great kind of dimension in him. Nice individual here to start the class. The decision for me is the one in second and third. We're going to use the young man's white-eared bear over here for second. To me, there's just more product in this guy. When you get up on top of him, study him right behind his blade and study the shape and power that he has. Great kind of dimension in him. You know, ideally, I'd like to lengthen his hip just a little bit, yet at the same time, maybe you could stouten up his front and ankle, but still yet power, shape, dimension of muscles where he edges over the one that's in three. This one in three didn't wake up on the right side of the bed for sure. He's got a little bit of a grump to his attitude. Love the center rib in this guy. Like him from the profile as far as from his hip forward. You get back behind. He gets shorter and rounder out of his hip. You get back behind him. He just doesn't have quite the overall dimension at the top of his hip. He doesn't have quite the dimension down the lower part of his ham and stifle as those two hogs up ahead of him in class. Young lady's got a very good pattern bear that comes out in four, really extended up through his front end. Of the top four, I think he's the one that maybe gets the frailest down at the ground. He doesn't have quite the stoutness of features, right, the stoutness of skull. And his two is when you get back behind him, maybe has a shot more dimension than the one in three, but still yet we could power that guy up and just make him wider to base to move him up any higher. Good bodied bear that comes out next, very productive in terms of his look. He's maybe one you just like to change off of his hind leg. Another one we could just make him just to have a little more range of motion, particularly out of his hind leg in order to move him up. Young lady's got a really extended kind of an individual that comes out next, yet at the same time, we just like to give this guy more power, more dimension of muscle. Good class here. Let's congratulate those. Good class of Chester Guilds. The young lady here closest to me has got the one that's going to win the class. This one, in terms of her balance standpoint, you have to be very appreciative of. Good kind of muscle shape, good kind of power in her. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a gilt. Gets out and handles herself exceptionally well in terms of her feet and legs. Nice individual there. The one we have right here, another one that's tall-shouldered, extended fronted, gets shorter and rounder out of her hip. Like to change how she goes off of her hind two. Still yet a muscular kind of a gilt. Maybe you could drop just a little more depth of flank in her as well. Good class here. Let's congratulate them. Good class of Chester Barras. The young man on the far side is going to win our class. Just a stouter, more muscular built kind of individual. Like the overall added dimension of power and shape as you get up on top and behind that guy. And still yet gets out and handles the ring exceptionally good in terms of his feet and leg place. A nice individual here to be your champion. Young ladies, Barra that we have here in second and reserve, really good in terms of the front 2/3 of his body, extended up through his front end, tall-shouldered kind of an individual. He's still another one that gets out and handles the ring exceptionally well. We get into this guy, and he gets just a little sharper at the top of his blade, a little flatter about his rib in comparison with that one that wins the class. Still yet, nice pair of Chesters here. My compliments to those two exhibitors. We get here in our Duroc class, and again, a nice pair up here in the top end. We're going to lead with the one that's closest to me here. I think it's just a more stouter, muscular built one than the one we're going to have in two. Love the extra shape and spread and dimension right out of the backside of her blade. Tremendous power as you get back behind it. And once again, she stays comfortable in terms of her movement. She's a little more laid back in her shoulder and down at her knee. Handles the ring exceptionally well. Heavy bone, big-footed one, the one in second. And I compliment the young man for having one like that. She's extended up through her front end. You get back behind her, and I don't see quite the power and dimension at the top of her hip. Doesn't have quite the power and dimension in the lower part of her ham and stifle in comparison with that one that wins the class. Still yet, heavy bone, big-footed, stout-skulled individual. Nice pair of gilts here in this class. My compliments to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause. Good class of Duroc bears out here. We're going to start with the one that's got a high gear over here to my right. This one, in terms of just height at the point of his shoulder, extension up front, still yet combines that with great shape as you get up on top of him. A good kind of muscle dimension as you get back behind him, and there's no doubt he can flat out get out and go in terms of his feet and legs. Nice bear here to start our class, or start our Duroc bears with. Second's going to be the young lady here closest to me, and I like this guy from a power standpoint. Really good in terms of just having extra dimension as you get up on top of him. Great dimension as you get back behind him. You know, he's not as stout at the ground in terms of his bone and feature and foot size. I like to change that about him and maybe just loosen him up ever so slightly as you get back behind him and watch him go. We could just kind of loosen him up out of his hind leg just a little to make him just a little more ideal. Third's going to be the young man here closest to me. Tall-shouldered, extended fronted one. You like that about him. Heavy bone kind of an individual. He gets a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to change him in that regard, but if we could just raise him up on his toes, we could give him just a little bit of a different kind of a look up front. One that comes out next, another one you like in terms of just having extra muscle, extra power in that one. Again, one that's a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Change how he goes off of his hind leg just a little in order to make him just a little more ideal. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's a tall-shouldered, long-bodied kind of a barrel, maybe one that closes up just a little bit more through his chest floor. Like to widen him out as he goes away from us, have him track wider from his hock to the ground. But his elevation up high is awfully good. We just got to bust him up a little wider and down at the ground in order to make him a little more ideal. Very good bodied bear that comes out next. Big chest, big blade in that one. Gets a little more restricted out of his hip and hind leg than maybe what you'd term ideal. And wanting to show just a little more wear and tear up at the top of his blade. Like to spread him there and press him right at his chine in order to make him a little more ideal. Come down here in 7, 8, and 9. Again, some hogs that have got some pattern and some look from the side, some extension up through their front end. This one gets a little still more stilty on either end of his skeleton, like to loosen him up structurally. Young lady's got a little more muscle in that one, and yet at the same time wants to get just a little more bowed out in his hock than maybe what you'd term ideal. Young man, it comes out next. A long-bodied, really extended one. We just simply need to give that guy more muscle dimension all the way through. Excellent class of red bears there. Let's congratulate them. Good class of Hampshire gilts. The young lady over to my left wins so and does so quite easily for me. This one in terms of just having sheer muscle shape and power, and yet combining that with some balance from the side, some extension up through her front end, and yet stays relatively good in terms of her length of stride on either end of her skeleton. Really fresh kind of in center body in that one. Nice gilt here to win this class. So the gilt here closest to me is going to be second. I think that's the one that most nearly follows that champion from a muscle standpoint. standpoint and a power standpoint. Another one, but you like the overall dimension to the center part of her body, and yet she gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of her hip, doesn't want to flex out of her hock quite as comfortably as that gilt that wins the class, but a muscular, stout, powerful kind of a gilt, you have to be appreciative of that. A little bigger stature, a little longer bodied, 1 to 1 in 3, extended up through her front end, and all those are very good things, and yet at the same time, from a muscle standpoint, a little narrower about her top line, doesn't open up quite as square, quite as big right out of the backside of her blade as those two that were champion in reserve. Good class of Hampshire gilts there. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause. Two very nice Hampshire Barras here in this class. The young lady over to my right is going to win the class or have your champion Hampshire here to Barra today. A real good pattern Barra that's extended up through his front end. Comes at you a notch wider, a notch bolder through his chest floor. Big blade, big forearm in this guy. Love the center cavity of him when you talk about his rib design and the barrel shape that it has. And when you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint you any in terms of the power, shape, and dimension that he has. Nice Barra here to win the class. Not to take anything away from the one that we have for reserve here. Another muscular Hampshire Barra that has a good kind of spread and dimension down his top line. Down at the ground is where we just like to stouten him up in terms of his bone and foot size. He too's one as you get behind him and watch him go. Maybe you could have him track just a notch wider from his hock down to the ground. Just stouten up his feature, widen out his track as he goes away. Still yet, two very nice Hampshire Barras in this class. Give those kids a round of applause. I asked the young man if he just scared everybody off or told him his was going to win irregardless, and he didn't. I didn't get a whole lot of a reaction out of him. This is a nice Hereford gilt here, one that I think from a pattern standpoint you have to be appreciative of. Great in terms of her design, and yet when you get up on top and behind this one, she opens up with some squareness and shape down her top line. Really good thickness as you get back behind her, and still keeps a real comfortable kind of a package in terms of her feet and leg movement. An awfully nice kind of a Hereford gilt. Let's give him a round of applause. three individuals in this class, and a very good class. The young lady in the middle with the pink brush there is going to win our class. A very good balance, kind of a bear, good kind of shape as you get up on top of him. In this class, he's the one that kind of combines the most from a pattern standpoint, a muscle standpoint, a freshness standpoint, and just an awfully nice kind of an individual in here to win the class. The young lady on the far side is going to be second. To me, he's the one that most nearly follows that class winner from a muscle standpoint, has some extra spread, some extra dimension up high, some extra thickness as you get back behind him. Ideally, I'd like to see him just a notch taller at the point of his blade. I'd like to change how he goes off of his hind two and just loosen him out of his hip, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently to make him a little more ideal. The 1 in 3, another one from a pattern standpoint you have to like. He's extended up through his front end. Simply put, when you get up on top and behind this guy, we got to have more hog there. We got to give him more muscle, more power, more dimension. He too's one that maybe wants to get a little coarser about his hock, a little shorter about his stride. Change him there, and we can move him up the line. Good class here. Let's congratulate them. We get here in our spot gilt class. The young man going over towards the placing pins is going to win your class. Stout, muscular kind of a gilt that's still balanced from the side and extended up through her front end. She's sounder and more mobile in her movement than the one we're going to have in second. Has that great kind of shape and great kind of power in the upper part of her top line. Young lady up front here is going to be second, and another stout, muscular kind of an individual. Lots of power, lots of dimension at the top of her hip. Probably gets just a little rounder in her muscle pattern than maybe what I'd prefer. She too's one that the longer the drive wears on, gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of her hip than maybe what I'd prefer. If we could lengthen her hip, loosen her out of her hock, we could make her just a little closer to that top end. The young lady over here is going to be in 3, another one. And you talk about just having some extra dimension and some extra power. You like that about her, yet gets a little lower set. As you study her up through her front end, we could make her a little taller at the point of her blade, extend her up through her front end, clean her out in her throat just ever so slightly to move her up. And the young lady's gilt that we had here in 4th, tall fronted, really extended fronted one. You like that about her? Simply just needs more muscle shape, more muscle dimension, widen her down at the ground in order to move up. Good class of spots here. Let's give them a round of applause. Good kind of depth of quality in this spot Barra class. The young lady's whiter made one's going to be the one that we're going to start the class with. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of an individual, really fresh in the shape that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. Love the stoutness of feature, just his bone and foot. You know, ideally, I could square him just a little bit in his front toe as he comes right to you, and yet within this group, he's still yet one that takes a long, fluid stride on either end of his skeleton, gets out and goes exceptionally comfortable. Young lady coming across the middle is going to have a reserve here today. Really extended kind of a barrel, still kind of good kind of shape and power as you get up on top of him. He's maybe one you'd like to change right there in his ham-loin junction. He gets a little more pinch there, gets a little rougher in terms of his look from the side. Just change his hook up there, freshen him up, square him just a little right in his ham-loin junction. He's not as stout at the ground as the hogs on either side of him in this class, and yet at the same time, he's more fluid in his movement than the one we're going to have in 3, which is the young man over here to my right. This one in 3, when he first hit the ring, I thought it's going to take a good one to get around him because he's big chest, big blade, big forearm kind of an individual, good kind of power and dimension as you get back behind him. Longer the drive wears on, he gets more hesitant up through his front end, like to just change how he goes, change him down into the ground in terms of his feet placement, just allow him to relax back on his pastern and down on his foot and just take a little more comfortable kind of a stride. Good pattern one that we have here in 4, extended up through his front end, just simply as we get up here in these top 4. He runs out of muscle mass and muscle power, need to open him up, give him more spread, give him more dimension in order to move up any higher. Young lady brings a very good one who comes out next when you talk about just having all kinds of shape and dimension and power, and yet we just got to make this guy a little sounder on either end of his skeleton. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his blade and up through his front end, takes a shorter, choppier kind of a stride off of his hind two. We could just relax him, allow him to get out and go more easily. We could definitely move him up in class. The next one that comes out, actually the next trio, we can kind of turn those together. Again, big skeleton, long-bodied kind of a barrel. Need to give him a little more freshness in terms of his shape, but particularly right at the top of his blade, right behind his chine. We could widen him from his hock down to the ground as he goes away in comparison with some of those up ahead of him. Good barrel here when you talk about a big blade, big forearm kind of an individual. One who would just like to see a little more true muscle shape in the upper part of his top line. We need more squareness and shape right out of the backside of his blade in order to move up. And the young lady's barrel that comes out next, another one's very productive in the center part of his body. We just like to see more real hard muscle shape in the upper part of that one's top line. Good class of spot bearers here. Let's congratulate them. We get here in our Yorkshire gilt class, and I think it gets a little tight and a little tough up here on the top end, and it's kind of where you want to land as far as your priorities. I'm starting with the young lady here closest to me here. The one that I think is still yet not only muscular in terms of her build, but still yet comfortable in terms of her movement, her extra length that she has out of her hip, the way she gets out and takes a long, fluid kind of a stride. Just like that, just a notch better. Ideally, I could square her right behind her blade just a little, and the one that we're going to have in two does that in such a very good fashion, and yet she's not light muscled by no means. She's still got plenty of shape and plenty of power. The young lady over here with the brush is going to be in second, and this one, when you talk about a market hog standpoint, lots of shape, lots of power in that one. I do admire that and like that, and yet at the same time, she gets tighter out of her hip. She doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably, particularly out of her hind end is what we'd like. We could just lengthen her hip, loosen her hip, flex her out of her hock just a hair differently, makes that pair awfully, awfully close, because I do admire and I do like the extra muscle power that one possesses. The one in three, I think, most nearly follows those two from, again, muscle standpoint. She's on track. She's got lots of power, lots of shape. She just simply gets a little too tight on either end of her skeleton, gets a little straighter, a little more upright in her shoulder, a little choppier up through her front end, doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably out of her hind leg, but I like the shape, like the power, like the dimension. Real and extended fronted kind of a gilt that we have here in four. And I like that the point of her shoulder is awfully good. We just got to have that one with a little more muscle all the way through. Widen her out in the lower part of her skeleton. Give her more overall power all the way through. Good class here. Let's congratulate them. Fun class of Yorkshire Bears to start with. The young man on the far side. This one here, in terms of just having some stoutness of feature, some bone and some foot size, a unique look as you get up through his front end. And when you get up on top of him, he opens up extremely good in terms of the spread and dimension right out of the backside of his blade. Very intriguing kind of a bear here to start this class. Second and third is where I spend the most time, because I think they're awfully close in terms of where you want to land and where you want to put your priorities. The one that suits me second best is the young lady on the far side. This one, from a muscle standpoint, you have to like big blade, big forearm. He takes a longer, more fluid kind of a stride out of his hip and out of his hind leg than the one we're going to have in three. Ideally, I'd love to raise him up on his front toe just a little bit, soften him through the middle part of his body and drop a little more flank in him just to make him a little more ideal. But again, his comfort level is where he gets over the one that we're going to have in three. That's the young lady here to my right. This one, in terms of just having some openness softness to the center part of his body is awful good. Great kind of shape as you get up on top of it. He simply gets tighter and more restricted out of his hip. I like to lengthen his hip, allow him to get out and go a little easier out of his hind two in order to move up any higher today. The young lady here in 4, another shapely, muscular kind of a barrel. Again, one that gets a little drier, a little harsher through the middle part of his body, gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder, doesn't get out and go out of his hind two quite as good as what we'd prefer. Like to just soften his body, allow him to relax and go. Good class of Yorkshires here. Let's congratulate them. Good class here. The young lady's got a single entry, and yet a nice kind of a gilt from a soundness mobility standpoint. Maybe you could drop some body and flank in that one, soften her up in the middle part of her body. But a good gilt here. Let's congratulate her. Very good class of AOBs here, and I think there's a pair that kind of move their cell phone up to the top end, and they don't look anything alike, and I'm okay with that. What we're going to start with, the young mantle there on the far side, a good barrel here when you talk about shape and muscle and power, and yet comes at you great through the base of his chest floor. He's sound and mobile in his movement. You know, is he the longest hip thing in the world? No, he's not. Would I like to trim a little bit of that crest out of his pole and out of his neckline? Absolutely. But beside that, this is the soft body. This is the fresh one. This is the one that comes with just the most sheer dimension as you get right out of the backside of his blade. The one that pushes him so hard is the young lady right here closest to me, because this one is a tall-shouldered, long-bodied, really extended one. He's sound and he's mobile. He just simply looks like he's been here maybe just a little bit too long. He gets a little drier through the middle part of his body, doesn't have quite the condition over his rib. When you study him right at the top of his blade, the top of his chine, I'd like to spread him there and just freshen him there just a little bit. Like I said, maybe kind of fighting a little bit of a weight issue, a little bit of an age issue. We could freshen him up there. We could make a case for him to be your champion here. The young man here closest to me is going to be third. Stout, muscular kind of a barrel. Simply just gets a little too silty on either end of his skeleton. Like to just lay him back in his shoulder, allow him to get out and go just a little more comfortable than what he is here today in order to move up. Young lady in four, another one that you like from a muscle standpoint, gets a little thicker about his throat line, not quite as stout in terms of his bone and foot size and feature. Like to stout him down at the ground. He too's one you could change just a little from a feet and leg standpoint, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently. We come down here in 5 and 6. We still got a pair that are extended on either end, really good in terms of the height at the point of their shoulder. We just got to give them more muscle, widen them down at the ground, give them more power. Good class here. Let's congratulate them.
Okay. There is no pulling. All right, I'm starting with the Berks, Jason. Your grand champion, Berkshire Market Gilt, was exhibited by Gracie Reynolds of the Logan View FFA chapter. Congratulations to the grand champion, Chester White Market Gilt, exhibited by Misty Harder of the North Platte FFA chapter. The grand champion, Duroc Market Gilt, was exhibited by Gage Gerlach of the Maywood FFA chapter. Whoa. It's a barrow, isn't it? No, that's a gilt. Okay, the grand champion, Hereford Market Gilt, was exhibited by Frank Green of the Burwell FFA chapter. The grand champion, Hampshire Market Gilt, was exhibited by Jolie Clement of the Central FFA chapter. Your grand champion spotted market gilt comes to us from the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter, exhibited by Easton Raber. Congratulations to Jaden Harder of the North Platte FFA chapter for exhibiting the grand champion Yorkshire market gilt. And your grand champion all other breeds. Right.
Very good set of champions that we bring back out here to pick your champion purebred market gilt, if you will, and good kind of overall quality all the way through. And as we bring these champions back, I think it gets somewhat close between a couple of them. To me, there's one, though, that still yet is a little more my speed, my style in terms of one that's got shape, got muscle, got power, and yet stays extremely comfortable on the move, opens up extremely good as she comes right to you. The one I like best, that Berkshire. Very stout, very muscular. Reserve Burt comes in and gets her right in the mix. I thought there was another one that pushed that champion exceptionally hard. One that's got a killer kind of a look from the side and yet stays shapely and powerful as you get in the upper part of her top line. She is so bold in the center part of her body in terms of the way she's opened up in the center part of her rib. I like the Hampshire for Reserve.
As we roll into the selection of our overall purebred market barrow, we'd like to congratulate Will Long of the Perkins County FFA chapter for exhibiting the grand champion Berkshire market barrow. The grand champion Chester White market barrow was exhibited by Zane Sims of the Loop City FFA chapter. Congratulations to Drew Kaufman of the Scotts Bluff FFA chapter for exhibiting the grand champion Duroc market barrow. Your grand champion Hampshire market barrow was exhibited by Ella Booth of the Takema Herman FFA chapter. The grand champion Poland China market barrow was exhibited by Jaden Harder of the North Platte FFA chapter. Coming to us from the Blair FFA chapter, Alexis Warner exhibited the grand champion Spotted market barrow. And your grand champion Yorkshire market barrow was exhibited by Jet Peterson of the Perkins County FFA chapter. Congratulations to Logan Berman of the Wisner Pilger FFA chapter for exhibiting the grand champion All Other Breeds market barrow.
Well, much as what we said over there on the gilt side a minute ago, a very good set of champions, purebred hogs to bring back to pick your champion purebred bear out of. And I think as we sit back, these hogs mimic each other and look a lot into similarities in terms of the way I like them, in terms of being balanced hogs that have got shape and muscle and power. I think there's a couple of them or three of them that kind of get a little more moved up to the front of the line for me in terms of where I'm thinking in my mind with that. I think there's one that's just got a little more of a unique factor to him, really good in terms of his head carriage, the way he comes out of the top of his blade, spread and dimension as you get up on top of it. The one that I like best is that Yorkshire. Reserve York comes in, and another one I think's got a great amount of quality and good to him, and I think gets out here and definitely fits in with these other hogs as far as being champion. As I said, there was a three-horse race in ways, and I think as you get ready to pick your reserve, there's a pair of them from a design standpoint, length of body standpoint, sound and mobility standpoint you have to like. When you get into them and you get right up on top of them, there's one that's got more crease and true shape right out of the backside of his blade, gets out, and like I called him back in class, he's a track star the way he goes. The one I like second best is the red one.
We would like to congratulate Gracie Reynolds of the Logan View FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Market Gilt in the All Breeds division. The reserve overall purebred gilt was exhibited by Jolie Clement of the Central FFA chapter. Your Grand Champion overall market barrow in the purebred division is Jet Peterson of the Perkins County FFA chapter, and reserve champion was exhibited by Drew Kaufman of the Scotts Bluff FFA chapter.
We get into this first class of our Crossbreed Gilt Show. The young lady with the thin belted one on the far side is going to start our class here today. Good kind of shape and muscle on this one and squareness in the upper part of her skeleton. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. You know, ideally, I'd like to lengthen her stride just a little off of her hind too, but within this contemporary group, she's the one that comes with most mass and power and shape, bone and foot size. Nice kind of a gilt here to lead the class off with. Young lady over here, kind of the spot-shouldered one here, coming across the middle is going to be second. Super attractive from the side, extended up through her front end. I'd like to stouten her up just a little in her jaw, stouten her up in terms of her bone and foot size, and yet within this group, she's the other one that ties in some muscle shape, some muscle power, and yet stays fundamentally correct in terms of her feet and legs. Nice gilt to have here in second. Big body gilt that we have here in three. Love the center body, the depth and flank in her. Maybe one that doesn't square up right behind her blade. Quite as stout as those two hogs up ahead of her in class. Doesn't have quite the power and dimension right out of the backside of her blade as some of those up ahead of her as well. The blue gilt that comes out gives you a great look from the side, extended up through her front end. She gets a little more tubular through the middle part of her body than maybe what I'd prefer. I'd like to open her up in her rib cage, drop some softness in the middle part of her body, drop her in her flank, put a little more condition over her in that regard in order to move her up. A little bigger bodied one that comes out next. Again, one that wants to roll just a little bit up through her front and feet as she comes right to you. She too's one that maybe you could change off of her hind leg, give her more length of stride, flex her out of her hock just a hair differently in order to move her up. And we come down here in 7 and 8. Here's a long-bodied, really extended fronted one. One we'd just like to see more muscle in. We'd like to change how she is right there in her ham loin hookup. And a muscular gilt that comes out next. Again, one we'd like to stouten up just a little bit, widen her out in the lower part of her chest floor, widen her out in the base of her. Good class here. Let's congratulate them. Very good class here to work in, particularly up here in the top end. And I think as you get these trio out here, there's no doubt they don't look a whole lot alike. And yet with that, the one that wins, I think, combines the most and probably does so of taking some of the positives of each of the other ones and putting it together. That's the one right there in the middle that's going to win the class. Great in terms of her balance, her extension up through her front end. And yet when you get up on top of her, she opens up behind her blade exceptionally good. Good kind of shape, good kind of power in that one. Is she the heaviest boned one in the world? No, she's not, but I think it's adequate. Is she the most mobile within this class and keeps her toes square and true on either end of her skeleton? Absolutely. I think that's the one that just kind of moves herself on up to the forefront for me. Second and third is where it gets a lot closer to me because I think you'd like to take a little bit of each one of them and put them together. The one that I'm more comfortable with is the young lady's off-belted barrel or gilt that's right here close to me. This one, I think, from an attractive standpoint from the side, height at the point of her shoulder, she's still got a stout skull in her. She's still good in terms of her bone. You know, it maybe every once in a while you get into her and you'd like to just open her up just a little right in the center part of her cage, and that's where the 1 in 3 is so very good. But her length of stride on either end of her skeleton is awfully good. The unique one, the different one, is the 1 in 3. And if you want to just get out here and measure them in terms of muscle, you're going to say this one needs to win. If you're going to get out here and say, I just want the heaviest boned one, you're going to like the 1 in 3. Yet at the same time, when you get off to the side of her, she's also the chunkier necked one of the bunch. She's also the little coarser hocked one of the bunch. When you get back behind her, she gets a little bit easier and slack in her top line, a little weaker in her spine, if you will. We could strengthen her top line, give her a little bit of a different kind of a crest, neck, and pole up front. We could definitely have a case to move her up a little bit higher. The blue one that comes out next, good kind of shape and muscle in this one, extended up through her front end. Of the top 4, she gets a little more tubular through the middle part of her body, like to soften her over her rib, drop her in her flank, just give her a little more productive kind of a look. Love the muscle shape, love the power in that one to have her in 4. Front 2/3 of this one that comes out you like a lot. She's extended, she's tall shoulder, she's shapely, she's muscular up high. The longer the drive wears on, that one gets shorter about her hip, tighter about her hip, doesn't want to get out and flex and go as comfortable out of her hind leg as what would prefer. We come down through here in 6 and 7, a pair of them that presented extremely good in terms of skin and hair. This one has all kinds of power and shape. Once again, shorter and rounder out of her hip, doesn't want to get out of her hind leg quite as good, wants to push her hock a little more outside of her body than maybe what I'd prefer. Very well presented one that comes out next. Another one that's shapely up high, muscular behind. You get off to the side of her, she just simply gets too straight, too upright in her shoulder and up through her front end for me. Wants to close up at her knee. If we could widen her chest, change the angulation to her shoulder, that one can move up the line some. I love her shape, love her presentation. Like I say, she's just got to handle herself front end a little bit differently. Long-bodied, extended front one that comes out next. We just got to stouten this one up in her bone and feature, soften her up in the middle part of her body. We come down here in 9, 10, 11, and 12. Still yet some hogs that have got some design, some great look from the side. Some of them have got some muscle, and yet from a balance standpoint and maybe from a feet and leg standpoint, we just got to see them a little sounder. Good class here, great top end. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. We bring our first and seconds back to pick our champion reserve in Division 1 of your Crossbreed gilts. And I think a very good forehead that come out here. And yet with that, I thought there was a pair as we went through those classes. It just combines so many things that you appreciate and like from a balance standpoint, a soundness, and a mobility standpoint. We're going to use your first and second place in Class 2 to be your champion in reserve in Division 1.
About clothesline.
Good class here to work. The young lady's Calico on the far side is going to win the class. This one, I think, not only combines balance from the side and muscle shape as you get up on top of it, but you study her off to the profile, and that's the one that gets out, goes, and reaches a lot better out of her hip and out of her hind leg than the one we're going to have in two, and yet still combines that with some extra muscle, some extra shape. The narrow-belted one on the far side is going to be second, and this one, in terms of just sheer muscle mass and dimension, is awfully impressive. You get off to the side and watch her go. She just doesn't hinge out of her hip quite as good, like the length in her hip allow her to get out and go. But that mass, that kind of power, that kind of dimension, definitely something to be admired. We just got to put it in a little more of a functional kind of a package from a feet and leg standpoint in order to move up any higher. Third and fourth is where it gets awfully close to me. The wide belted gilt's going to be the one we're going to have in third. Again, another one that, once again, when you just kind of start talking about the positive things of muscle shape, power, dimension, she kind of edges out the one that's in fourth. Ideally, I'd put more cover over her rib. I'd like to soften her in the middle part of her body, make her a little more practical from a production standpoint, but love the extra mass, I love the extra power. Well presented one that comes out here in four, extended up through her front end, tall at the point of her blade, great to look at from the side. We get into this one, and of the top four, she runs out of muscle just a little bit. I like to widen her out in the lower part of her skeleton, open her up in the center part of her body. Good gilt here to be landed in fourth. Another one that we can take from the side profile you like, tall, elevated shoulder when her head and neck comes right out of the top of her blade, exceptionally good. She gets a little more stilty on either end of her skeleton, likes a little straighter up through her shoulder, doesn't flex and go out of her hind leg quite as comfortably as some of those hogs up ahead of her, but she's got mass, she's got power, she's got shape. Teased with the young man here just a minute ago because this one's got all kinds of power, all kinds of shape, and there's no doubt after last night we know he can flat drive the wheels off of one. He knows that left hind leg behind, it's not real good. We got to square her up from her pin down to her foot as she goes away, make her just a little truer in terms of her structure. Like her shape, like her power, like I said, she just got to handle her feet and legs differently in order to get up any higher today. We come out in 7 and 8, a couple of tall statured, long-bodied ones. Maybe one would like to see just more openness to the center part of their body, center part of their rib. Both of them we could hinge a bit differently out of their hip, have them get out and take a more fluid kind of a stride, kick their hock out behind them just a notch better in order to move up. And we come down here at 9, 10, and 11. Again, some hogs that you like from a center body standpoint. They've got some feel, got some depth of body. We just got to have a little more muscle mass, a little more muscle power, open them up in the center part of the rib, give them more of a barrel kind of a cage in order to move up. Great top end, great class here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Very good class here once again. And as we get these top three out here in the top end, I think subtle little things is what sort them and make a little bit of a difference for me. I waver a little bit in terms of where I want to land and where I want to do. And yet I still go back to one thing. And the one that just gets out here and it stays as comfortable as any and yet combines that with some stoutness and some power and some openness to her. That's the narrow belted one over here to my left. This one, when she comes right at you, big blade, big forearm in her. You get in the center part of this one's body and study the openness that she has to the center part of her rib, the round curvature that she has to the middle part of her body. True shape, true muscle is so very good. And like I said, she has just stayed as comfortable as any within this drive. She's the squarest of her, when you study her from her hip, hock to foot, as she goes away, just an awfully good kind of a gilt. Ideally, I'd love to thin her pole out just a little, extend her neck, and that's being a little bit picky about one because I think there's so much good to her, and yet we could extend her a little bit. The one that we're going to have in second is the belted gilt here closest to me, and this one, she's dialed up, ready to go in terms of having that show ring presence and essence to her. Good kind of shape, good kind of muscle as you get up on top of her. She may want to close just a little more right in her chest in comparison with that one that wins the class. Love the power, love the shape in her. She's stouter about her mug. She's stouter about her bone and foot size. She's stouter about her jaw than the one we're going to have in three. This one in three, stop and take a picture of her. Awfully good. Tall-shouldered, extended fronted, great kind of shape as you get up on top of her. You get into her just a little bit, and she becomes a little flatter about her blade. She comes a little flatter about her rib, and she's not as stout in terms of her bone, foot, and feature down at the ground. Still yet one. Presented extremely good, maxed out in terms of the shape that she has up high. Commend her on that. We just got to stouten her bone and foot in order to move her up. Underline up. Lots of good things in the one that comes out next. She gets a little frailer down at the ground as well. You watch her go away. She wants to push her hock a little more outside of her body than what I'd prefer. Bring her back inside of her skeleton in order to move her up any higher today. Fresh bodied one that comes next. Good kind of dimension up high. Again, one that gets a little tighter, a little more restricted in terms of the way she goes out of her hind tooth. Watch her as she goes away. She wants to push her hock a little more outside of her body as well. Sock-footed one that comes out next, tall shoulder, very extended up through her front end, has a unique kind of a head and neck that comes out of the top of her blade. Like that about her. Get into her. She gets flatter about her rib. We got to open her up, give her more boldness to the center part of her body. Another one, we could just watch her hind leg just a little. She kind of wants to come a little bit in at her hock and out in her foot, like to square her and make her a little more true from the top of her hip down to her foot. Good presentation on the one that comes next, big-bodied kind of a gilt. Need to change this one just a little bit in terms of her front pastern set. She too's another one. You study her from behind, just kind of wants to wing out just a little more out of her hind leg. We come down here and 9, 10, and 11, or 8, 9, and 10. Again, hogs that have got lots of quality, lots of good to them. We just like to change them, give them just a little bit different kind of a look from the side. Maybe some would like to give just a little more muscle. Excellent class. Let's congratulate them. Good pair of class winners to come out here and pick your division champion, your middle division, if you will. And I think both of them, they're different in terms of their makeup, and yet they're both hogs that you have to be impressed with in terms of having a lot of quality and a lot of good to them. Within the pair, I think there's one that you study height at the point of her shoulder. You study this trueness and squareness from blade, knee to foot as she comes right to you. You know, maybe you can lengthen her hip just a little, but at the same time, she still gets out, she still rolls, she still goes. You got an attractive look. I like the Calico to be your champion. Stout, powerful gilt that comes out in terms of shape and muscularity. You like that about her. We talked her back in class. I got to redesign her just a little bit from her hip down to her foot in terms of the way she goes off of those hind two. One that pushed that champion exceptionally hard. So good, and one that's stout skulled, really good in terms of her bone. As I said, she closes just a little bit at her knee, and yet she stays mobile. She stays awfully good in terms of her fundamental correctness. Young man that wins class 2 will have your reserve. We get in this class here, and it's a very good class. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's challenging up here in the top end because each one of these, you could tweak one little thing or maybe two, and I think you'd have one that you'd easily just say this one wins and wins easy, but that's not necessarily the case. The one we're going to start with, the target-headed one. This one, and from a burly standpoint, muscle standpoint, shape standpoint, so very good. You know, I'd love to loosen her up in her hip just a little and just allow her to be able to kick her hock just a little bit further back behind her than what it does. But that one, in terms of width, power, shape, still gives you a good look from the side. Maybe you just, like I say, just change her just a little in that regard. But I think the mount that she has in terms of her width and power, the openness to her center part of her body is what gets her over the next couple that we have in line. The one that's going to be in second is going to be the Calico on the far side, because this one right here, from a design standpoint, extension standpoint, so very good. She's got plenty of muscle shape when you get up on top and behind her. She gets flatter about her rib, and the longer you study her as she goes away, she wants to stab, particularly this left hind leg, a little more outside of her body. And I'd like to square her up and bring her back in just a little, particularly on that left side, open her up, burly her up right in the middle part of her body to make her a little more ideal. Well presented one, the one we have in 3, and this one is stout skull. Like that about her exceptionally well. She has shape. She has muscle. She gets a little softer down on her front foot than what I'd prefer. Love to raise her up on her toes because it kind of hinders the way she gets out and goes up through her front end. She, too, is one that maybe gets just a little thicker about her neckline, ties a little deeper from her jaw into her blade, gives her a little bit more a thick look up front than maybe what we'd like. She, too, is one you could bold up right in the center part of her body. Well presented one that comes out next. Another one that's stout-skulled, heavy bone, big in terms of her feature. You get up on top of her, and she's probably a little more vanilla in terms of her top shape. Like to square her up, give her a bolder kind of a shape right out of the back side of her blade. She wants to wear and tear just a little right there at her chine than maybe what you'd prefer. And the longer she wears it goes on out here as well. Kind of wants to stab her foot a little more outside of her body, like to square her at her toe, bring her a little more back inside. Another shapely, muscular gilt that comes next gets a little easier in her top line than maybe what you'd prefer. Love the center body depth and flanking her. We just got to strengthen her top line, give her a little more true shape up high. Muscular gilt that comes out next is a little drier, a little harsher through the middle part of her body, put more cover over her rib. Another one that's got a very attractive look up through her front end. She gets frailer about her bone work. We need to stouten her up in her feature, and yet she's a muscular gilt that's got good shape, good overall dimension. Next 3 that we bring out, Nook Hogs have got some length of body, some length of side. We need to widen them out in the lower part of their skeleton, give them more muscle volume, more muscle dimension. Good class here. If you would, those exhibitors are working hard. Give them a round of applause. Good class here to work through, and I thought those top five kind of moved their cell phone up to the forefront or to go to the scales quite handily. And get these back out here, and I'll just be honest with you. There's one that I think is awfully good in terms of balance and side profile and fundamentally correct. She don't have the fanciest tan job in the world, but at the same time, you break this one down, she's pretty good. We're starting with the one young man over on the far side. Balance, extension, soundness, mobility. She's awfully good. She comes at you squarer and truer through the base of her chest floor. You study her from behind, and her hip hock to foot placement is squarer and truer than the one that we're going to have in second. This one in second, she's got a lot of muscle. She's got a lot of power. I like that about her exceptionally well. You get down at the ground, and she kind of wants to put a little more pressure on the outside part of her toe as she goes away from you. Like to square her just there in that regard, just a fraction. She maybe wants to get just a little more pinched and a little more wrinkled right there at her ham-loin junction, like the square there and fill her there just to make her a little more ideal. Well presented one that comes out here in 3, tall, shouldered, extended, fronted, really good in terms of the extension up through her head and neckline. You get down at the ground. I don't know if she's quite as stout in terms of her feature. She's another one that as clean or as extended she is up through her front end. She gets a little throatier about her cheek line than maybe what I'd prefer. You watch her go her way. She wants to kind of labor just a little, particularly off that left hind leg. If we could loosen her up there at the top of her hip, allow her to utilize that left hind leg a little bit better, makes that pair a little bit closer to between second and third. The blue one that comes out next, big-bodied kind of a gilt that's extended up through her front end, maybe a little plainer right at the top side of her blade. Doesn't come out of with the squareness and trueness right out of the back side of her blade as good as some of those hogs up ahead of her in class. Still, good-bodied kind of a gilt, one that's got a great kind of a profile. Stout, powerful, stout-skulled one that comes out next. Like that about her. Tremendous shape and power and dimension. We'd like to clean up a little bit of that lymph node, yet at the same time, more importantly, she just gets a little shorter on either end of her skeleton, shorter about her neck, shorter about her rump, just like to give her more length of body all the way through to make her a little more ideal. Blue one that comes next, another good bodied kind of an individual, one that's got some shape, got some muscle up high, need to change how she goes off of her hind leg. She one's not quite as stable in terms of her hip hock to foot placement is what we'd prefer. Change how she goes up through her front end. She wants to roll in just a little more than ideal. We come out here in 7, big scaled, long bodied kind of an individual, one that's a little frailer down at the ground. Love the shape, love the power. She gets a little drier, a little harsher through the middle part of her rib as well. Open her up there, give her more condition over her rib in order to make her a little more ideal. We come down 8, 9, 10, and 11. Again, a tall-shouldered kind of a gilt. We need to open up in the lower part of her chest floor, widen her out in the lower part of her skeleton. We run into a trio here that, once again, we just like to see a little more muscle volume in, widen them out in the lower part of their body, have them track, come and go edges just a notch wider as they leave us. Good class here. Let's congratulate them. Good set of class winners we bring out here to pick your champion in this division. And I think they're hogs that suit me extremely good from a balance standpoint, a muscular standpoint, a shape standpoint. And yet, as you've heard me talk yesterday and talk today, it still goes back to I like them to get out and go and handle their feet and legs extremely comfortable. There's one that does it. Like I said, maybe she's not quite as shiny as the rest of them, but break that thing apart. She's awfully good. This sock-footed one's your champion. Second in that class comes in another really stout, muscular kind of a gilt. As you talked to her back in class, maybe we could change how she goes off of her hind two, and so it makes it awfully close. There's another one in terms of just burliness and openness is so very good. Bone and foot size tremendous. I'd like to hinge her just a little differently out of her hip as we talked to her back in class, but an awfully good individual. The target-headed one's going to be reserved. Good set of these division champions come out here to pick your champion crossbred gilt, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's close because I think there's a couple of things that you could tweak about each one of them in some areas, and we'll just talk a little bit about them. That lightweight gilt, underline up, that one's deadly. That one right there in terms of shape and muscle, design, and look from the side is so very good. I'd love to stouten her bone just a little, and yet that's being nitpicky of one that I think is very good. gets out and flat rolls and goes, and I love the way she goes on her feet and legs. The Calico that we have here in the middle division, tremendous rib, tremendous shape up high, lots of power as you get back behind her. Like that about her exceptionally well. You really get to study in this one. Maybe you could lengthen her hip just a little. She wants, particularly on this right hind leg, to put a little more outside pressure on that toe and roll it just a hair more than maybe what I'd prefer. Yet at the same time, like I said, that's being nitpicky of one that's awfully, awfully good. You get to this heavyweight gilt or big division gilt. Again, side profile so very good. Length of body is very good. You get into this one, and maybe every once in a while she wants to paint just a little right there at her ham loin. Within that division, I thought she was plenty good there, and yet maybe we could fatten and fill her in that regard just a little. You study her from behind, and maybe you could widen her track just ever so slightly from her hock down to her foot. So like I said, three tremendous gilts out here to vie for your champion spot. Each one of them I could move just a little bit differently or change just one little thing about them. The one that I just keep coming back to, and I know everybody's going to say it's all new thing, it's the big thing, it's whatever. She's got enough bone for me. That one's your champion. Good gilt out of that division steps in for reserve, and I like a lot of things about her in terms of stoutness of skull and feature. One that pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Like I said, lengthen her hip just a little, change how she is on her foot, the way she wants to roll. The Calico will be your reserve.
Congratulations to Colin Nabuda of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Crossbreed Market Gilt. The reserve champion was exhibited by Aspen Yeagers of the Scotts Bluff FFA chapter.
Good class. Barras here. The young lady here closest to me is going to be the one that kind of leads the class. Heavy bone, big footed kind of an individual. Still has some muscle dimension and some muscle power. Nice kind of a barra here to start the class. The Calico is going to be in second. Another good design barra. Maybe just widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, stouting him up just a little in terms of his bone and foot. And the young lady's belted pig on the far side. Another one that's tall shoulder, very extended. We just got to have more muscle in that dimension in that guy, maybe soften him in the lower part of his body. Three good exhibitors right here. Let's give them a round of applause. Awesome class here. These top five come go the scales and come back, and they're very, very good. And with that, there's one that wins, and he's right here. This one, in terms of height at the point of his shoulder, extension up through his front end. When this thing comes at you, he's as square and true from his blade knee to foot, and he's wide and just powerful there. He still gets out and goes. He's one that looks like a lightweight in ways. He still looks like his better days are ahead of him. Still got some grow power to him. Heavy bone, big-footed, nice hog here to win this class. The 1 and 2, the off-belted one on the far side. Love the shape, love the squareness, love the muscle of this guy. You get down at the ground, and as he comes right at you, particularly on this right knee, he wants to close just a little more than what you'd term an ideal, like to square him in that regard. We get back behind him and watch to go. Everyone wants to twist out of his hip ever so slightly, and yet that's being nitpicky of a very, very good kind of a barrow there. Love the shape, love the power in him. Muscular barrow that comes in 3, gets a little more outside of himself in terms of where he plants his hind leg, like to square him up, bring him back inside himself from his hock to foot. Another one that comes out, tremendous power and shape, stout skulled, heavy bone kind of a barrow, one that gets a little more restricted out of his hip and hind leg as well, a little shorter out of his rump, doesn't get out and go quite his length of his stride. He too's one that kind of wants to push the envelope in terms of where his hock is. Blue one that comes out, he's a quick tempoed kind of a guy. He's sound and functional. Within this group, he's the one that maybe gets just a little plainer right in the middle part of his body, a little plainer right in the lower part of his ham and stifle. That's to give him just a little more flair. I'll give him a little more dimension. He too, we could like to tie him just a hair differently from his jawline into his blade. He wants to get just a little softer up front than through his throat than maybe what you'd like. Good pattern barrow that comes out next. Thought this one might get to the scales, and yet at the same time, he needs a little more power, a little more dimension behind. He gets a little narrower from his hock to his foot as he goes away. Need to just widen him and make him base wider in order to move up any higher. 7 and 8, we can bring those together. Again, muscular barrows that's got some power, got some shape. We need to redesign them just a little bit from a feet and leg standpoint, stouten up their feature, give them a little more just overall dimension as well. Same thing for 9, 10, and 11. They're hogs that have got some height and some length of body. You like that about them, yet we just got to have more muscle in the young lady's belted hog here. The wide belted, we need to make him sounder on him, more mobile in terms of his movement. He gets a little softer on his pastern, and the blue one that goes out, we just need to have more width and more power in that one as well. Good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Another nice class of crossbred barrows that we get up here in these top 4 and 5. The Calico's going to win the class. That one does so and does so quite easily for me. One that's opened up, big blade, big forearm, tremendous shape as you get up on top of him. Opened up behind his blades exceptionally good, and yet still gets out and handles the ring exceptionally good from a feet and leg standpoint. One that you like just in terms of just shape, muscle, balance, still yet awfully good individual. The black one on the far side, second here. Another one that I think just more nearly follows that one from a muscle standpoint. Wide-chested, big-bladed kind of a barrel. You know, he's not quite as coordinated off of his hind leg as maybe what you'd like to square him up from his hock down to his foot. And yet, with that, he's with the other one in the group in terms of just openness and shape and muscle that you have to admire. The other black one over here is going to be third, and another one that you like, and they're having a great look from the side. Gets a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. More importantly, when you get behind that guy and watch him go, we just got to give him more power, give him more product, give him more dimension in the lower part of his ham and stifle. Great big back one that comes here next. Love the shape up high. They've done a great job of getting him prepped in terms of hydration and things. Get down at the ground, he gets frailer in terms of his bone and foot size and feature. We got to change him in that regard. Wants to twist out of his hip just a little more than what we'd like. Lengthen him out of his hip, allow him to flex and go out of his hind leg. We can definitely move him up in class. Stout, muscular, big sculpted when it comes out next. Like that, he wants to stab him just a little more in terms of his hind foot, particularly out of that left side. We could just square him there, change how he goes in terms of love the muscle, love the shape in him. Just needs to be a little bit sounder. One that comes out in 6. Another tall-shouldered, really extended-fronted, heavy-bone, big-footed one. Gets a little easier in his top line, a little softer in his spine, causes him to kind of sit down or drop his hock just a little more than what you'd like. He, too's one that gets a little more pinched in his ham-loin junction than what I technically prefer. We come down here, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Again, some hogs have got some muscle shape, some power up high. We get down at the ground. We need to widen them out in the lower part of their skeleton. We need to make some of them just a little bit sounder in terms of their overall movement. Again, big back, big shape up high. We just need to make them a little wider down the lower part, make them sounder in their movement. Great class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them. We get here in our heaviest class of this light division, if you will, and I think it's a good class, and maybe some things we could change just a little about each one of them. Young man in the middle of the ring are going that direction is going to win the class. One that you like in terms of not only a skull standpoint, shape and muscle up high. You know, maybe you'd like to fill him in just a little right there at his ham-loin junction, yet he's up on his toes. He's flexible in terms of the way he goes, just kind of muscle shape and just freshness he has. Center part of his body is what enables him to win his class. Second and third gets a little closer. I like the white belted one here in second. Love the overall just dimension of that guy. He too's one. I'd like to strengthen him right in the middle part of his back or in his spine. He wants to kind of hunker down or set down in his hind leg a little differently than what I'd prefer. Raise him up on his toes, and yet he's a stout, muscular kind of a barrel. Good kind of overall power and shape in him. Underline up. You like so many things about the 1 and 3. Again, great big back, really explosive right out of the backside of his blade. Tremendous power as you get back behind him. Down at the ground, he gets a little frailer about his bone work. He gets a little smaller about his foot. You got to give another one that maybe you'd like to change just a little. The way he goes from behind, he gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hind leg. Well presented calico that comes out next. Guarantee you this one in terms of top shape, muscle shape, so very good. I bet he had a good run early in the season. He's just simply won. His hind leg is too coarse for me. His hock's too coarse. We change him there. We could definitely move him up. I like a lot of things about him. We just got to have different running gears behind. Good muscular bear that comes out next. Really stout about his skull. He wants to close up a little more through his chest floor. Like change how he goes out of his front foot. He wants to roll him a little more inward than what I can prefer. Like to just square him from his blade knee to foot as he comes right to it. Shapely, muscular up high bear that comes. Gets tighter, more restricted out of his hip, out of his hind leg. Like to change how he goes and just give him a little more freedom, a little more ease of movement. Another big bodied bear that comes next. Still got some muscle shape, still got some power. Another one that gets a little tighter out of his hip. He too's one you'd like to change as he comes right at you. Wants to close up a little more than from his knee to the ground. A couple of big bodied bears that comes next. Good kind of muscle shape in them. Like to balance them a hair differently. Give them just a little more attractive look from the side. Excellent class here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Good set of these class winners that come to pick your champion in this light division. And I think as you bring them back, the good thing is they still look like lightweights. They still look like hogs that are on their way up. And then when you really break them down, I think there's a pair of them that maybe get somewhat close between. There's one of them that's simply got more power. He's got more shape up high. He's a little more ready today, if you will. The other one, maybe you'd like to change him just a little in terms of the way when she gets really on him, he gets maybe short stepping just a little. There's one that I think just, again, more comfortable in terms of his build. That calico on the far side will be your champion. Second place bear in that class comes in, another stout, muscular kind of a bear. As we talked to him back in class, we change how he goes just a little bit on his hind leg, and yet he's an awfully good kind of an individual. One that pushed our champion exceptionally hard. Love him from the side. Love the where he is from a maturity standpoint. Maybe just one, when she gets to hustling on him, he gets a little differently out of his hip and hind leg. That young lady's belted one will be your reserve. We're definitely having fun in the Crossbreed Barra show because these classes thus far have been very good and very deep all the way through. In this class, no different, yet at the same time, there's one that I think moves itself up to the forefront. That's the white-bellied one here. He's going to win the class. Stout-skulled, heavy bone. He's wider, squarer, and truer from his blade to his foot. As he comes to you, he's wider from the top of his hip down to his foot. As he leaves you, ideally, I'd like to just trim him up just a little right there in his throat, maybe just thin him out just a little in the crest of his neck. But he's opened up, he's powerful, he's wide, and yet he's still fundamentally correct in terms of his feet and legs. The one that's going to be in second, the one over here to my right. Another one in terms of just sheer muscle, shape, mass, and volume you have to be impressed with. He's still tall-shouldered. You want to tell me he's a little neater looking about his neck than the one that wins the class? Absolutely. Yet at the same time, you get behind him and watch him go, and I got to square him from his hock to his foot, bring him a little more back inside of his body in order to make him a little ideal. This one in three, he's got the big furry legs, and the young man's to be commended for putting the work in on that. He's tall-shouldered, he's stout about his skull, and yet at the same time, he gets a little easier in his top line. When he comes right at you, he closes up more through the base of his chest floor in comparison with those two up ahead of him in class. The Berkshire marked hog that comes next, all kinds of shape, all kinds of power in that one. Gets a little rounder on either end of his skeleton, a little rounder about his hip, a little rounder about his muscle pattern than what I'd prefer. He too's one that maybe you could trim up just a little in terms of his throat line, and maybe stouten him in terms of his hind leg and bring him back inside of his body in his hock placement. Well presented when it comes out next. Super attractive from the side, extended up through his front end. Gets a little frailer down at the ground in terms of his bone and feature. Gets a little skinny about his jaw. We need to stouten him up front, stouten him in his bone work. We get back behind him. We need a little more power there in order to move up. Some interesting pieces in the one that comes next. Tremendous top shape, power up high, good kind of dimension as you get in the upper part of his hip. He's just simply not quite as coordinated on his hind two. Gets a little more closed up from his hock to the ground. Takes a little shorter, choppier kind of a stride than maybe what I'd prefer off of his hind leg. He too is one we can stouten up from a bone perspective. Good kind of length of body in the one that comes next. Gets a little soft. He like the softness to his body, and yet at the same time gets a little smaller in terms of his outline than maybe what you'd like. You get up on top of him, he doesn't have quite the spread and dimension right out of the backside of his blade. 8, 9, 10, and 11. Again, kids are working hard. This is a good set of pigs all the way down through here. Hogs that are presented extremely good. They just need a little more muscle shape, a little more power, widen them out in the lower part of their skeleton. If you would, put your hands together. These kids are doing a great job. Congratulate them for their efforts. fun class to work through. We get up this top trio, and there's similarities in terms of freshness and shape and muscle up high, and then after that, there's a whole lot of differences. The one I like best is the one right here to my left. He's got my kind of design, my kind of extension, my kind of length of hip in that guy. He's stout in terms of his bone, and his feature comes at you good through the base of his chest floor. He's longer, he's leveler about of his hip. He's just got a little different kind of a look from the side, or a little more my kind of look from the side, if you will, than the one that's going to be in second. I love his shape up high, love his dimension behind him. He's stouter legged, stouter footed, stouter just jawed as well than the one that's going to be in second, which is the one over to my left. This one, in terms of one that's been just put together beautifully in terms of his top shape, his expression and muscle behind, so very good. Yet at the same time, he gets a little stiltier up through his shoulder. He gets a little shorter strided out of his hip, out of his hind too. When he drops that tail, he looks really short hip. If we could just change that about him, stouten him up just a little in terms of his bone. Muscular bog that comes in next, stout and powerful, wants to step outside of himself a little more than what I'd prefer. Gets a little more pinched right there in his ham-loin junction. He too's another one. When he comes right at you of the top trio, he's the one that's the most closed up through the base of his chest floor. Widen him out there, and we can move him up. Very good blue hog that comes out next. Love his pattern, love his look from the side, his extension up through his front end. He's another one that's heavy boned and big footed, and yet he gets a little bit more timid in terms of the way he reaches and goes out of his hip, out of his hind leg. Study him as he goes away. He wants a little more pressure on the outside part of his toe, causes him to twist in just a little more than ideal. The wide belted one that comes next, tall shouldered, extended fronted one, like to change how he goes off of his hind leg, wants to close up a little more through his chest, and yet rolls his front foot inward a little more than what we'd like. The next one that comes out, he's not wanting to act real good out here today. He's an extended kind of an individual, good kind of shape up high, wants to wrinkle in his ham loin just a little more than what I'd prefer. He's another one. We could open him up right in the center part of his rib, have him track just a little wider from his hock to the ground as he goes away. Heavy bone, big footed one that comes now, get a little easier in his top line than maybe what I'd like to strengthen his spine, give him a little different look from the side. Heavy bone, big footed, like that about him though. 8, 9, and 10. Again, hogs that have got some length of body, some extension. We just got to have a little more muscle shape, a little more muscle power. Maybe some hogs would like to stouten up in terms of their bone and foot and feature. Good class of crosses here. Please congratulate those exhibitors. challenging class here to put together as we get up here in the top end. There's hogs out here that've got a lot of quality and good to them, and yet some little things we've got to change or maybe fix. I still just kind of stick to the basics and stick to the things that I like, and there's one out here that can go and motor and is flexible on either end of his skeleton. That's this young lady's black spot-sided one over here. He's going to win the class. He's opened up in the center part of his body. He's extended up through his front end. He's still got muscle. He's still got shape, and he gets out and goes on both ends of his skeleton. That's where I think he edges out the ones that we're going to have in 2 and 3. The white-legged one comes in second, and one that is presented exceptionally well in terms of top shape, muscle shape, upper part of his top line. You like that about him. He's got lots of power as he goes away from you. Every once in a while, he gets a little tight, a little more pinched right there at his ham-loin junction. He gets a little tighter right in the middle part of his top line and in his spine in comparison with that one that wins the class. He too's one. Maybe you could lay him back in his shoulder just a little. This Wialico that comes in 3. So much muscle, so much power. You like that about him. He comes at you good through the base of his chest floor. The longer the drive wears on, he gets tighter on both ends of his skeleton. He's shorter about his hip. It's level, but he's shorter about his hip. It doesn't allow him to get out and go. He gets a little softer, a little more timid in terms of his foot placement, particularly off of his hind leg. Maybe you could fresh him just a little right there at the top of his chine as well. The belt that comes out next, love this guy from the side profile, extension up through his front end. Need to stouten him up in his bone and foot size and feature, change him in that regard. For the amount of shape and power and muscle he has up high, we just got to have more bone, foot, and feature down low in order to move him up. Well presented one that comes out next. Love just the presentation of this one. He's soft-bodied, he's shapely, he's muscular up high, and yet at the same time, he just gets a little shorter on either end of his skeleton, a little more compact in terms of the way he's put together. We need to extend him up front, lengthen him out of his hip, change how he goes off of his hind leg to go any better. Great profiling one that comes next, extended up through his front end, gets sharper right at the top of his blade. Need to just spread him there, freshen him there, push his chine back down in him in order to make him just move up any higher. We need to widen him out in terms of his hock to the ground, the way he tracks and he goes away from his. Good muscular barrel that comes out next, gets a little frailer about his feature. Like to change him just a little bit right in his top line. He gets a little more pinched right there in his ham loin. And as we come down through the rest of the class here, again, some hogs that have got some quality, some good to them. We need to change them just a little on their feet and legs. We come down here and we've got one. We got to have a little more muscle and power. Good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Good set of class winners to bring out here to pick your champion in this middle of the division. And I think they're hogs that, as we've got up a little bit further as far as weight-wise, they're hogs that you expect a little more power out of, and they definitely bring it out here to the ring. Still go back, though. There's one in terms of balance, design, and yet gets out and goes as comfortable in any. He's one that just handles his feet and legs exceptionally well. He's stouter about his bone and foot size than the other one out here, the one that suits me best. Little guy going up here front to be your champion. like that second place hog that comes in the ring, and from a muscle standpoint and shape standpoint. I thought there was another one as we worked through those classes that is going to push that champion. Just one that's presented exceptionally well. He's tall shouldered, he's extended fronted. I didn't think he got out, took as long and fluid kind of a stride as that one that was champion. Still yet, he's an easy kind of a reserve. Young man over here will have your reserve. Fun class to work through, especially we get in these top 4 and 5. And I think as you bring them back out here, once again, there's one that I'm just more comfortable with in terms of not only having design, but shape and muscle. He's got length of hip. He gets out and rolls and goes on either end of his skeleton, and that's the blue one, and he needs to win the class. Really good in terms of profile standpoint, shape, muscularity. Like I said, his length and levelness out of his hip, his ability to get out and go out of his hind two, I'm just more comfortable with than the one we're going to have standing right behind him. The one standing behind him, the narrow belted one over here, I like the front 2/3 of him pretty good in terms of having some extension up through his front end. He's shapely, he's fresh, he's muscular up high. He's just simply too short and round out of his hip. He causes him to tuck and dive his hind leg more than what I can handle. Just change him in that regard, it might be a different story, because he's the other wide-chested one in the class. He's the other fresh top, fresh muscled kind of one in class, and I like that about him. We just got to change his rump, redesign how he goes there. The one in 3, brother of the top trio, he's the one that closes up a little more in his chest floor when he comes right to you. Longer the drive wears on. This one wants to kind of stutter and stammer out of his hind two, kind of place it just a little more awkwardly, gets a little stiffer in terms of his gait. We could change that about him, lengthen his hip, change how he goes out of his hind two, open him up in his chest. We can make him about a chance to go any higher. The one that comes next, beautiful in terms of the profile standpoint, tall-shouldered, extended fronted. As you get down to the ground and he comes right at you, he wants to close up through his chest. The longer the drive wears on, he gets a little straighter, a little more stilty up through his shoulder, up through his front end, almost wants to rock from side to side instead of taking a long, fluid kind of a stride. He too's one as you watch him go from behind, particularly on his left hind leg, wants to kind of stab it to the ground rather than taking a flawed fluid movement. Productive bear that comes out next. Depth of body and flank, very, very good. Heavy bone, big-footed. Another one that's a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder, wants to close up a little more through his chest width. As you get up on top of him, he's got a great big back in him, and yet not as much hard muscle, true muscle shape as maybe some of those hogs ahead of him in class. We could just give him a real more muscular kind of a back shape. We could move him up. White one that comes out, long-bodied, extended fronted kind of an individual. Need to widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton in order to move up. We come down here, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Again, productive hogs and got some body, got some softness to the middle part of them. We just got to have a little more muscle shape. And some, we got to change how they go on some others in terms of their feet and legs. Great class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Interesting top trio as we get out here in the top end of this class, and I think they're hogs that you have to appreciate a lot of good, and yet maybe some things that you'd like to tweak about each one of them. The one I just keep coming back to that I think once again is the most comfortable in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. That's the off-belted one on the far side. He needs to win the class. Big chest, wide chest, comes at you with blade and forearm and tremendous shape up high. He is without a doubt the one that gets out and goes and handles his hind leg the most comfortable in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton. Like a lot of things about that individual. Second, third's close. The one on the tall young man over there is going to be second. He's the second widest chested one, the second boldest one. He's the one that's got a tremendous amount of shape up high as well. Lots of dimension as you get back behind him. He's just maybe a little more lackadaisical in terms of where he wants to plant his hind leg just a little bit every once in a while. You'd like to bring his hock just a little back inside of his body, and yet he's wide, he's stout, he's powerful. You like that about him exceptionally well. The one in three, another one, a tremendous shape up in terms of his upper skeleton, good kind of dimension. Of the top trio, he's the one that closes up the most through the base of his chest floor. He's the one that's the flattest about the middle part of his body, and he's the shortest stepping one out of his hip and out of his hind leg. Now, all those negative things that you say you'd like to change, and yet that is a tall-shouldered, extended-fronted, great big-backed one that's got tremendous muscle shape. Like a lot of things about him, that's just the little nitpicky things as we get into that top trio. Good-bodied blue one that comes next, good kind of condition over his rib, gets a little lower set at the point of his shoulder, gets a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Good-looking one from the side that comes out next, extended up through his front end. We need to stouten him about his jaw. We need to stouten him about his bone, about his foot size, open him up the center part of his body to make him a little more ideal. Muscular one that comes out next, tremendous power up high, lots of dimension as you get back behind him. He just gets a little stilty on either end of his skeleton. We need to lay him back in his shoulder. We need to allow him to get out of his hind leg just a little more comfortable in terms of just range of motion, and we can give him out, get him to flex and go a hair differently. We could move him up. Another good tall-shouldered, extended fronted one. He just simply gets too flat in the middle part of his body. He gets flatter about his blade. He gets a little, you'd like to give him just more power and dimension when you get back behind him as well. Blue one that comes next, lots of muscle in the upper part of that one's skeleton. Again, change him on either end in terms of the way he gets out and goes and reaches. He gets a little straighter, a little stiffer about his hock, a little straighter about his shoulder. We come down here, 9, 10, and 11. Here's another big muscular kind of a barrel where he gets a little more bowie out of his hind leg than what I'd prefer. Another one that's got some muscle shape, gets a little easier in his top line, and then a bigger, taller hog that comes out next. We simply need to soften that one up, middle part of his body, give him more muscle when we get back behind him. Good class here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. We get here in our heavy class, this heaviest division. The black-headed one here is going to win the class. I think the one that still comes with that kind of shape and that kind of muscularity, still has some freshness to the center part of his body. He's still sound and mobile enough in his movement within this group. I think just the one that still looks youthful enough within this stage and has mass and has shape and has power. Second's going to be the blue one that comes here next. Another one that, once again, I love the center body in this one. I love the freshness in terms of his shape up high. He's sound and mobile in his movement. He's simply got more of him when you study him from his hip down to his ham and stifle than the one that we're going to have in 3. The Dalmatian in 3, I love this thing's height at the point of his shoulder. Love the stoutness that he has to his skull. He's still got some dimension as you get up on top of him. He's just simply starting to show a little bit of age to him. He's getting harder through the middle part of his body. Love to drop some flank in him. Like to just put just a little more cover over his rib. And as we get to a comparison and get behind him of the top trio, he's the one you'd like to see just a little more flare and dimension to the outward part of his stifle, a little more flare and dimension to the lower part of his ham. The belted one that comes next, another one really attractive from the side, extended up through his front end, just made a little flatter. He's a little flatter through his blade, a little flatter through his rib design than what I'd prefer. Like to just bolt him up in the center part of his body in order to move him up any higher. The calico that comes next, muscle shape and power, awfully good up high, gets a little tighter out of his hind leg than maybe what I'd prefer, like to flex him out of his hock just a hair differently. Young lady's done a great job of getting this one tuned in terms of skin, hair, muscle shape is good. He's a little too bowy off of his hind leg, wants to push his hind leg a little more outside of his body. We got his bring his hock back inside. We come down through here, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Again, bigger scaled one that comes next. We'd like to see more muscle in. A couple others that have got some softness to the middle part of their body, and yet we just simply got to have more width, got to have more power, got to have more dimension in them. Good class here. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We bring our class winners back out here to pick our champion in this division, and I think they're all 3 hogs that have got a lot of quality and good to them. And, you know, sometimes when you get in this heavy division, it's hard not to just use the fresh ones, the ones that have got some center body to them, some openness to their center part of their rib. And I think these 3 do that, and they do that in a very good way. Within that, I think there's one that still yet just kind of combines more. He's opened up, he's shapely, he's muscular, and yet he still gets out and goes relatively good in terms of his feet and legs. I like the blue one to be your champion. Second place bearer comes out as we talked to him earlier. I like the shape, like the muscle in that guy. I just got to change him out of his rump and out of his hip, relax him in his top line. I thought there was another one that pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Love him from the profile and extension. He's hard shaped in terms of a muscle as you get up on top of him. He's still sound footed, sound structure. I didn't think he was quite as stout in terms of his bone and feature as that champion. I like the off belted one over there to be your reserve. Before we get out here to select your champion crossbred bear, I know I just wanted to double check. I didn't know if we did a little bit of a preliminary lineup or anything down here. We did all that up there in the main building. So before we go any further, guys, I don't know what time it is. I don't know anything as far as all I know is this crew has helped me be about as efficient and go through these things as fun as anything or any place I've ever been. If you would, take a moment. The people in the stands, the people in the back, the guys in the ring help, all the ribbon girls, everybody, give them a round of applause for making things happen today. I promise you, and probably some of you have heard me say it before, I don't care if you're talking about judging a local, a state fair, or a national show. If you don't have the good ring help, it can be a long day. It can be a real long day. And so we've had fun. We've had hogs out here that have done an exceptional job. And because of the way these ladies and men have done, it's been great. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Now, back to the task at hand, if you will. 3 very, very good individuals out here to pick your champion cross out of. It's funny to me because I think they mimic each other in some ways. You can just change the size as far as the lightweight, the middleweight, and the heavyweight because they're built similar. They're built the way you like them or the way I like them. They're stout, they're rugged, they're opened up, they're hogs that can get out and go, and yet there's one that maybe just puts just a notch more in terms of structure in him. The one that I like best, that painted one there will be your champion. That reserve comes out, and as we talked to him earlier, another one that I think is just absolute tremendous in terms of his look from the side, his extension up front, his bone and foot size is awfully good. We talked him back there. I'd lengthen his hip, change him just a little in terms of the way he gets out and goes from behind. Still yet an awfully good kind of a barrel. There's a couple that push that champion, one in particular that I like so many things about. His extension, his shape, his power up high, his flexibleness in terms of the way he gets out and goes off of his hind two. Is he as stout at his ankle? Is he as stout as his foot at the champion? I thought that was a sort factor, but that lightweight's your reserve.
Short few, I guess.
Congratulations to Cade Godigan of the Lakeview FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion, Crossbred Market Barrow. The reserve champion was exhibited by Colin Nabuda of the West Point FFA chapter. We'd also like to thank our judge, Ryan Seitz, for being with us today. Thank you all for joining us for the 2024 Nebraska State Fair FFA show. We welcome you to join us over in the main arena for the final drive at 3:30.